consolation for tribulation Israel, sort of historical and philosophical about the
Do
Jewish
do
persecution
do
over the
do
centuries.
do
So
do
one of the
do
Bible
do do
is a
do.
fascinating kind of cover that the Protestant has a stormy monsters that have back, and it's very the emblem front page of the Bible. I don't have any why decorated so. The special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, and so on. Writing a Bible that converses in a language that they were trained in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. When you think about like making them, I find it very evocative myself. So let's go on. So let's managed up until this point. She has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law, largely because her husband had a well, in reality, her husband most of it. She gets to Antwerp, she becomes Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister, and having a child as like Beatrice after her aunt, after La Chica, that's often from her aunt. But it seems that her younger sister is really not in the but all shopping around and the secret commercial culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian. And all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Do we talking about moving to Istanbul? Didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and the Gracia were having about the possibility of being her altogether. Ultimately, after Diego passed away, in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all of the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger daughter, younger sister Bianca, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister was truthful. It was clear there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianna's way of thinking. She had grown used to life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She applied her Gracia anticipated it and had very liberally palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back formal lawsuits challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually being in court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which was a rather amazing feat. And it just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century, the era when you have Moshe Trani, for example, and you have none other than the Rabbi Rothschild, the author of the Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, who made this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendes. Even though she felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things and so on, it wasn't right that an inheritance and that but that's another story beyond what we're discussing here. part of this whole debate was surrounding as well who would younger child marry, who would be what she end up marrying. One of the point omitted the several kings, but they're and queens all relying on the money of the House of Nasir. George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had wanted to marry off one of her close friends, and in so doing, to garner a large assets that belonged to the family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasir, she actually avoided her by feigning illness and was finally forced to answer what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to the older Christian man, Gracia Nasir said, intemperately, roused my niece down and married that man. Very strong language. But that she really wanted to Europe because there was no more at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul. And at this point, Gracia Nasir had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or discrimination whatsoever. She met with several setbacks. One that's very important to the Altona incident of 1560, perhaps the saddest moment of her career. There was an Italian city of ports called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by there was a very large community. Remember, we would have in Ancona, we had the regular Jews, Italian Jews who lived there since time immemorial, who were not forced to Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless pretty much openly as Jews, marrying and all kinds of things like this. And they could not, declare themselves openly Jewish. That would be in violation of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to be as Christians. So you had these three distinct populations in Ancona, as you did in many centers where Jews settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of Ancona and proceeded to the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists. She was unable to. She actually went so far as to of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of contact with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of the conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also rounded up a number of Jewish communities to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade and refused to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into national dispute. There was not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos, between very, distinct communities. They had quite a bit of relations depending on intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their destroyed by this boycott, and he argued as did the local community who were dependent on the Ancona trade. Despite her tremendous efforts, together is the jury was one and the were put to death of memorial. She, however, devoted most of the energy of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Caesarea or Tiberias. Essentially bought from an exclusive grant in perpetuity to government in exchange for that was produced and the beginning on the Caesarea modeled in many ways on the and her philosophy. But we want to bring it back to best and yes, it's what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her 18th birthday. And you can see that it's in Hebrew, Gracia Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the known as Laetitia. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the piece which we get a sense of how our heroine actually looks. Medallion was most likely stuck on her marriage to John Joseph, also a family member. The overall and trajectory of life of phenomenal woman is one of an indomitable will in which she confronted with these very difficult challenges, the challenge of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And through it all, she maintained a very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allows her burning love for Judaism remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she's outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew that she can ultimately reveal her full intent. So we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the land of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic next week. We're going to come back to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish and Portuguese experience. Thank you. Stand clear of the closing doors, please. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. You notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving around on this campus, and I'm in a different office altogether. Not entirely sure how much light I got.
I understand, period. I literally just turned my camera on in the VC. I did not turn on my microphone, nor did I type anything. Someone is picking on me, and they keep kicking me out of the VC. Then I got accused of advertising, but I haven't said anything nor advertised anything. If possible, please check the moderation record. Please see who keeps picking on me and ask them for their evidence, because I am confident I did not do anything against the rules. If you think I did something against the rules, please tell me, because I know I did not. I read the rules very thoroughly, and I am not violating any of them, period. If you or anyone else thinks that I'm violating the rules, please let me know. I will adjust any behavior, but at this point, I know I have not done anything wrong, and someone is picking on me.
I feel very close to that. Let's go. Shifting demographics. Okay. Let's have a look at this graph here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? Two major things happen that shift the bulk of the population in a very significant way.
Thank you for your consideration.
Incredibly dramatic impact of Spanish and the Portuguese explosion that drive the out and primarily across North Africa into places like the Ottoman. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affects the Jews thought of themselves and their work. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazic Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the these are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th century. Look at this map here. This is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than the general population. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for why this horrible plague come upon us, unfortunately, the Jews constitute a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens. Reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quickly because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back in the day. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. The Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers, and then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, "We just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home." Well, you know, what can they do? The Jews pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says,
"Please take all the time you want, period. I understand your role and will be very patient, period. Please also understand that I will modify any behavior you wish, period."
So what can they do? All these other often nationalities, not as bad as they leave the line and they go. Finally,
thank you so much for your understanding.
You know, and cucumber guy authority learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. No cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home. So Ivan turns and throws and says, "See, the Jews did all the breaks." Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews that often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews and medieval economy, you'll get some sense of that. But more significantly, look at the larger map here on the right-hand side. You'll see that the red line I've added to the map here shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews were felt more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed their potential economic contribution to society and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to really think about in the 15th century, how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation, much like we later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe. The Jews of the 15th century were reeling, trying to understand what could it be that the golden age of Spain, such an abrupt painful end with the expulsion. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration of economic uproot destruction of civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading west, not necessarily for our discussion today, but many chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, also on a smaller note, many goes to Spain and Portugal or Northern Europe, Netherlands, Amsterdam, as for liberal climates, practice their faith with less fear of molestation. That's one really important about the demographics that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget, of course, there were crypto Jews who chose to mask their percent and their history is also fascinating. So the second major element of demographic is what you see there in the line on the top of that, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions of Baltic. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, factors we discussed in earlier videos, and secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews if they moved towards the east to become arrendators, land lessors, or not sure. There were like middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. Um, so the shift in demographics a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German slang. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect written in letters with a tremendous number of forward words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of ever in history.
Rabbi, most active daily members. Rabbi, amazing. Oh, I'm Voice King. Am I? Top of the leaderboard. J2K. Shout out to you. I'm taking your spot. Up with the sun. On with the wind. Wonderful! Exclamation point. I share my life with the world for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Thank you so much for being so kind.
on the technology, particularly the family, are high quality. For example, page of the Bible, Genesis, and you can see how it's very illuminated, multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have to absorb that aesthetic into the printed text. Later, they would, of course, abandon it. The cost is not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who did an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what was producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly the Sino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this disruptive? Tremendously disruptive because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense.
Oh, dude. Oh, is Edgy in there? Hold on, they just said something. Hey, that's me. Yo, brother, unmute and Edgy. Alright. Yo, dude, if you can hear me, I'm coming. Where are my edgy girls? My edgy boys. We've never heard you talking edgy. Okay, dog. I'm coming. If you ever wonder why don't you talk, it's because I get banned. I don't want to get banned. Up with the sun, down with the wind. Yeah, yeah.
Amazing. So what's going on? Seinfeld is town northern Israel. Hebrew or Tzfas. It's Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in the photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle it, particularly in the textile industry. So it was a multicultural population.
There's
A
Edgy.
lot of Jews suddenly congregated.
Is this one or that one?
Of the Iberian Peninsula, a lot of Jews would fled.
What up, pimps? How you living? Hey, I got your message. Thank you so much for finding me. How you doing? Absolutely, I'm here in the flesh. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sending me a message. I saw it and I was like, hey, if people want to talk, absolutely. How are you guys? Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Ec- Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing this now live on YouTube for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet ever. It's a huge deal. It's basically a time capsule that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about things like dark matter, dark energy, life extension technology. To everybody in here, when you were born, you're probably going to live to be about 80. but I think we can extend that to age 100, 120 with some technology like absolute. Oh, it gets even better than that. Stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics. We talk about things like nootropics and perhaps ambrosia therapy using the platelets of the young for the benefit of the old. But eventually, your bodies are going to break down. After 120, what do? That's where the next type of technology comes in. And I really mean this. I don't think any of you, if you don't want, will die. What do I mean? I mean that there's there, there's a type of technology out there that's known as mind uploading technology. So what is that? That means that DD and Satan and DNN and Eat Sleep Fortnite and even Sealy, you all will in the future be able to scan your brain, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm telling you is that you are of an age where digital immortality may be a reality, and that's a very exciting thing. We're absolutely shout out to Satan. 100%. So I give people a portal into my life all over Discord, all over YouTube, all over the different platforms, so that people can see that we're all not different, that we're all human, that we all do human like things. And essentially, I think that this can be studied at an academic level in the future to see circadian rhythms, my dream patterns, my eating patterns, my behavior patterns. Everything about the human body can be studied in 360 degrees. I'll give you a quick room tour. Over here, we've got a bunch of devices going. This is the one where my friend G just sent me the message. I'm also live in my own Discord here. Up here, I'm live in a Telegram. And what's really interesting about this Telegram is I've been live in this Telegram for more than a year, 24/7, and it's a cryptocurrency. So the cryptocurrency sponsors me. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. That's why I've got all this Sonic stuff. Absolutely. So, and the last word is Inu. And if you're like, why does it have such a long name? It's a meme that, yeah, it's ERT20. You can get it on Uniswap right now. Yeah, dude, it has over a $200 million market cap right now. So it hit an all-time high about 2 weeks ago, and the community's really great, and they've sent me a whole bunch of merchandise, and I promote them as best I can, and do your own due diligence. But here's what I can tell you that makes this coin special. It's not because it's a community, it's not because Rabbi's here, it's because it's backed up by data. Literally, you'd be able to watch the whole story of this cryptocurrency going back in time because it's all on video. So you'd be able to see it when it was 1 cent and 2 cents and 3 cents and 4 cents, going up to 10 cents, 20 cents, up to its all time high of 31 cents. So those are some really exciting things about it. Over here in the corner, I've just got another device. I'm going to show you guys some. Um, yeah, to be honest with you, it's the perfect time to buy. It just had like an all time high of 31 cents. Buy the dip and then watch it go. If we hit 100 if we hit a hundred or if we hit $1, that's $1 billion market cap, and we're having a yacht party in Cancun. Next up, absolutely. Next up, what I'm going to show you, I've got robots that I've program. So essentially, like I'm a very well-known streamer on Kick. I'm pretty much a celebrity on Kick, but I don't stream on Kick. It's the only one that I don't stream on. The reason why I don't is like 6 months ago, I decided, you know what? I'm going to make sure everybody on Kick knows who I am. So Aiden Ross knows who I am. Amaranth knows who I am. The owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, I was able to document some issues in their sign-up process. Even he knows who I am. We're friends on we're friends on Discord. We're friends on Discord. I have billionaires in my DMs. Over here, I'm going to show you the other. Okay, so this is Aiden Ross's Discord right here. I've been live in here for 6 months. These are some other Discords. Here, I've got 3 Chromebooks. that are always going 24/7, essentially to capture everything. And then over here, I'm in some other discords, just making friends, connecting with people. But overall, I push the message. I want world peace. I don't want people to die anymore. It's really important to me that one day we are able to have peace on this planet, because once we have peace on this planet, we can start space tourism. We can start. Yes, it is. If you absolutely, if you look at any extraterrestrial species, the only way that they are able to. Hey, do you want to talk, or do you want me to talk? Okay, so I'm going to talk, and you're going to be quiet, and then when I'm done, you can talk about whatever you want. Hey, guys, you guys can thank Black Taco because he's going to talk. I want you all to know I'll be back. Don't you worry. But Black Taco, this is all you, baby.
And they would exercise, meditation, and then the places they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that were trying to get more Jews. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Rothschild, author of the Shulchan Aruch, but now he's active faith in there. And you have people like Rabbi Yaakov Berav, brilliant rabbi, so many brilliant minds here. But we can actually reinstitute ordination that originally gave Joshua, and then Joshua on it was lost sometime in the period of diaspora. And we reinstitute right here. And all of rabbis in the world, which is likely the case. So let's all give each other some, and then let's pass it on. Like we didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who his grave is actually, well, not in the picture, actually, the Alchemist is on the right, and the Ramak is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writing, Zohar and other places, kind of like made a system out of them that you can actually, comprehend without, falling into kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand. Nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac, left Egypt in study under the Ramak, under his system, and although they studied together for a period of a few months before the Ramak died in plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening because of the author of the law, the world Kabbalist writing, models of leadership, all happening in that would bring three things together. I think we can make um, generalizations why these fit together and are very important. First of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world, Sephardic population dominated by the scholarship that had it 100 years on the wane. Their base is divergent destroyed. There are still very strong impressions of Sephardic in Northern Africa, the Ottoman Empire. It's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazi grow, and they themselves and ultimately they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic dramatically becomes the most important in terms of second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately create some tectonic shifts that alter the phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete. That has like a good side and a bad side. Good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's treatment. It's written right here. What you do on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer, sanctifying the Sabbath, and so on? So all of a sudden, we have a machloket, we have a controversy because we've lost the sense of size. It's something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right. I would say, no, it's not big enough. My Zayt is not much bigger. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified. What does it say in the text? That's what we follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection to the Ramaz, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote a very important commentary on Rabbi Yaro's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the table. The Ramaz commentary is called the Mapa. So some Ashkenazim, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Israel, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. The German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, that German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would find to go with what the text is. So Judaism, in some ways, halakhically becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, another big debate there, but according to family tradition, it might change also. I'll give you another example. Chevra Kadisha. So in America, there's one debate. I mean, I've served privilege, bad privilege, I have other bad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas I moved around my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, that we do a lot of things in America, skip over things that were done in Europe all the time, extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my thinking is because there was one particular cover tradition in Chicago that was the first one to actually write it down in English. They wrote down their customs in English. So lots of other communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Well, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. That becomes the Minhag America, American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against them? Oh my gosh, cost for shalom. All of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring manuscript copies to write out their heretical writing disappeared. Because now, basically, if you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print or sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. See the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that become circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins in the 15th century. And finally, thought circle, amazing nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only for decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents the revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of text all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was inaccessible for Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his Tal popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So, the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by Belgians in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and therefore is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th century. Well, that was a very quick tour of the Bible, the beginnings of a growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. I found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, the record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we were behind in getting this new lock. So, for those of you who were here over Shabbos, you know we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's own son of Rami was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his bar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, this is an Avrami original, I think. The joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbonim like to say a short bar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a bar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a bar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi giving his bar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best balabatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out, and he's very, very disturbed by this. So then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his bar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. It's Tavan Marav, and afterwards he goes up and says, listen, Shlomi, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my bar Torah. And Shlomi said, yeah, I had to get a haircut. And the rabbi said, you had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha? He said, before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut. I think Avrami said that one to me. But at any rate, you get it. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it's tremendous value, really, for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights to have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of Lukanadoti from the audience tonight. I'll even play a couple of them for you. So basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalist of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Spot school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Al-Kabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or like that, algebra. Maybe that's where it comes from. And facts away from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Spot later. So it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later. Let's place it in context. The 16th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. Scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity was nothing like the Holocaust. Only the suddenness, perhaps. But you have to understand that in the first decade or two of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand showed here decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto, decimation under the Nazis, and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is what we'll be focusing on for most of the lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Don Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way, and the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first to Salonika, where he is several writings, but he's known as one of the brilliant early Kabbalists of the church, who was considered, for example, the only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday night. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did it for 40 long years. Of many, but particularly, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to the root that goes through the towns in Turkey, and particularly Adrianopolis, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looked like, but none other than the great Rabbi Joseph Caro, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the four sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap, and he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Teitzak that we saw earlier.
Holy
And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a very good tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so we had the thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo would study together, and Rabbi Karo recorded a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sparta in particular uses, is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Spat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers about him a host of Jewish celebrities, the likes of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really a phenomenal concentration of people. You never have anything quite like this, an all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reason for that in the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with ways of atoning for those kinds of mitzvot. For example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. He goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on, and it's quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Roma, who person is very, very good. My own research, I published a book on him just earlier this last year, and ironically, Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also the brother-in-law because
Can't advertise in here. Fuck you.
Rabbi Alkabetz turned around and became his brother-in-law's teacher, became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Stafet is in English. What is so special about Stafet? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh, a passing way. It used to show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way. There's no known activity. There's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in Israel. It's a site where there's comparatively nothing. So, one of these kinds of conundrums in why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal, Spain, making it to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Spa, a good 100, 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, and I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate as well, what I like to call the ancient. Now, do you remember the ancient history? Follow money. It's not exactly that phrase, follow money. I like to say that if you don't know why something happened, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you figure out the Kogo, who benefits, that's in Latin they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kogo, who's eating what, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then they can usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Spain during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interest. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsion. Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place spot? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question? Not a crossroads. Well, it actually serves as a crossroads to the north because the way that Galilee is set up, right? Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. Now, it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. There's one in particular that is especially important, and that is very big at the time. And in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz, most of the places that we visit in Israel today, they're Celtic origin, but Spot was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, lush, lands, roads, has all kinds of things that at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people sit up, and actually, your question is, think about Las Vegas in comparison. What is Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us together in one place, and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. Just for about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, on its way down, and it declined significantly. But the first 3/4 of the century was
And those are the memories that make me a healthy. Oh, I, you can mute anyone you want. Uppercase, I fucking love you, lady. So sweet.
And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of the height. Yeah. Yes. No, but there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections. The Abravano family found ways
How many
but the
fucking people
Catholics
are this?
funnel out a lot of their funds when they
183.
heavily
That's
Spain as
nothing.
well. So there were ways to get money out. And once again, the
You
money is
inside.
in
Not a
play.
single motherfucker
It's
seen
not
it.
invested.
Zero, zero, zero. Nobody wants to see this shit. Nobody wants to see this. Zero, 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 zero. Every single person is zero. Hilarious.
Of higher culture, and that's what attracted all of these people. They were certainly a wherewithal for them to apply their trade at a least cost. Uh, which is an interesting picture. I wonder if I can just can we zoom this back a little bit.
Oh,
You can't see the full picture.
no, Rabbi.
Some of
I
the
appreciate you
Koreans
coming in
there,
and calling my name. Like I'll be job. Oh, you're so sweet. I appreciate you coming in and calling. Yeah, hi, brother. Who's dropping it. You're so cool. I love you. You're really nice. Shout out to G. G, that's how you do it. Hey, I'm interested in what you're doing, what's new, as opposed to some of these assholes who are just like, oh, you're self-promoting. Hi, I'm Rabbi. Oh, that's self-promotion. Huh? Well, you're telling me who you are. What in the, how the fuck else are you supposed to know who I am?
or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz all like grouped together because they had this tremendous concentration. Now Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Svat, and he had many students who were actively learning in his time. Based on the relative age of those people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they were their most creative. Many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So this period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. So of these texts, well, we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were.
Yo, I was seeing this
By the time he
motherfucker
arrived,
in our
it
fucking
was
stream.
already in
How
it
you
was in
living,
the
champ?
15th. Everything by that point to correct me.
This motherfucker's always in the 49 chat. B? Why?
And then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. while he was there. We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many issues. What we do know about his activity primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called or divorces or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used for the expulsion from Spain, gerush farad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think of the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's almost a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but I was saying, like going to concentration camps. Imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange. But what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding Spa, regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, Ramak, would wander around, following rivers and climbing over ridges until he would sense, to a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. Essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way to Tibet? I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there's no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. Fine, they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. And she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. I don't care. get me another Sherpa, get me, all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the holy mountain. She says, I want to enter the temple of silence. And no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. And I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in the lotus, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. Tell those jokes, Okay, thank you for letting me get to the end of the joke. So here, do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And the grave, you see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the business of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, a little sign here says, you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave has biblical precedent as well. The prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of it? The measuring of wicks? So there's a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased departed relatives, and they would pick out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the grave. They would like line the grave with this cotton string, and then later they would take that cotton string back home, and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living, a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women, that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. That's what kind of it is. Some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, we pay them and so on, but it's just, that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does in graves, what the value is, and so on. That certainly accelerated the Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because I think at this point, we're going to right. Maybe I'll pause for a question. And if they give me an English speaker, I appreciate it very much. Anyone has any questions? Or the earliest Florence? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you.
Oh, there was Osama bin Laden guy. Shout out to Osama bin Laden, shout out to bin Laden. Love me some sick ass OBL action.
How was 11-9? 11-9, so Av is 11, but it's 9th of the month of Av. That's very good. Very good. It also happens 11-9 in the European count is the night of Talmud. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writing. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well. Last known work deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of this is something that is missing as we were devoting the entire session specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his youth, Rabbi Moshe came out with a classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student literally and essentially form his own thoughts around them. But the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, specifically is the Cha-Oti poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So, what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you. But it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Monday, Wednesdays, if I start coming L'chado deep myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not in entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. And it describes, it's got some mystical language. It basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's a little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are
Oh yeah, that's why I'm gonna fucking change my phone.
Jerusalem
Fuck you.
and the yearning for renewal in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival
That thing
of the
you do.
Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, "I'll do l'cha, let us all go together to Sabbath," and another one would literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home. Which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of Chadodi, the custom is, universal custom, that although everyone faces peace during prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Right, come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcoming the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And in another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear. Made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. Welcome the Sabbath. Come let us go because it really is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. You really have to recharge your batteries Friday night to Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the chillent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. This beautiful phrase, "Sof maaser machashava techilah." The last to be created are the first in thought. Meaning that God said, "Well, we have to have a fantastic world so we can have Shabbos." Set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval. Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem. We're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about a very, very small population. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse. That's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite. I mean, that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. Be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Jerusalem speaking directly to the city. Do not be sad because you will have your renewal, rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to the idea of reading the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily and shall extol the might of God. Through the man perish, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that even though there are maybe 100 different melodies to the chazan beat, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. But so when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music. And then this is the last verse where people turn around to face the western wall. Enter in peace, O crown of her husband. The Kabbalists say refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, um, even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them. But I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these Lechazodis are sung. If you may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlova, a unique sort of soulful tune. Another version, this is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. One of my favorites. Okay, so I personally like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis for the loss of my father in August, so I can't even listen to music for a long period of time. I'm at that stage in my mourning because it's not 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music. But when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet is tremendously profound. I mean, uh, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. I mean, very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of its impact on the Jewish culture, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, I'm sure many of you have similar experiences. Um, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rock. I don't know how long, it was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something, and it was abandoned just a week. But on Friday night, they would have a wrestling in there, and thousands of singers, concerts would literally take about 60 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There was like several outside the window listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this mission came early and got inside the synagogue. They were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat, most people come to it and so on. But outside, there were all these Jews just coming on route to a soccer game or various other secular activities in mind. No intention of observing the Sabbath but
pretty
other
in the
than
sky.
that intense
Also
spiritual
wanna
moment that
play
they have, and
people
participating
going
in the
by.
same. It's a tremendous work of art, of story that speaks to his deep
Well, really singing, I love you.
Thank you very much
I
for the
watch
lights
them
and the
grow,
next
and
week.
learn much more than I'll ever know. What a wonderful world, the colors of a rainbow, so pretty and also
Hello, everyone. Another
how people
edition of
going
History.
there. I watch them grow,
Lifestyle.
there's not much more than I'll
Well, that's
ever
it for
know.
this week.
And I
Enjoyed it,
think
and
to
I hope you have a fantastic
myself,
week. Speaking
what
of
a
subject,
wonderful
was born in
world.
Portugal in 1750. His family were crypto Jews. That is, they were secretly Jewish but practicing as Christians. In fact, he was baptized as a child. Out of fear of the Portuguese Inquisition, the family practiced their secrets. Sometimes these people are known as Marranos, which is a derogatory term. Crypto is a preferred term. When his father died, when Pereira was 6 years old, his mother took the family to Brazil, France, where they resumed this
And
issue
I
that he
think
received
to
his love
myself, what
became
a wonderful
very
world.
supporter of the Jewish people,
Babalaji,
something that was very
Ralphie,
useful
come
when
shirt.
later on, primarily he achieved things of a
Yo,
method of
I just keep fucking posting. Somebody's gonna be like, who in the fuck is
various
I'll
handshake
be
size, he
metal,
adapted a
then I'll
manual
be
language for
more.
the which was in many ways a huge innovation over earlier methods
Yo,
that have been developed over the past centuries.
just
And
do
he
it.
actually brought
Hilarious. Yo, dog, you guys like my socks?
recognized by a wealthy family,
Some lady chewed my soul some.
and he felt this method free that
Yo,
he
baby, what do you call those ankle
Royal Society of
ankle socks or something?
time
Dog. Do you think it's time to get new socks?
for him. He went on but
Dude, quit sucking it. No, 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 no. And I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Some rabbits in 8 holes in my socks. Hilarious. Yo, dude, turn the.
With the official right to reside in. Years later, he was recognized primarily, however, for his work with and his coin that was minted in Portugal in 1981 was
Is
the
that is
International
it? It doesn't
Year
have a
of the
fucking.
Disabled
Nah,
Person,
dog. It's got
honoring
more. More where that came from. I think some lady. There you go. A hell of a pick, big dog. Some lady ate my my socks.
two joking told me that I just a couple weeks ago, overnight. Someone said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll figure. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this, which is again from you, Dr. Weiss, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of lecture. So, Benjamin Benjamin wakes up one morning, Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this story, but I didn't tell this story. Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, I said, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. After first of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're good welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced. He sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails from him. Not all of them, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family. I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts.
Oh, hell yeah. Free rabbi feet. Why? Why not?
Tonight's lecture on fascinating figure, and one that I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and getting a chance to do a little bit more research. Because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, "Chutz lamachane," "Toch hamachane," in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the school. She's worked on significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside.
Oh, it's live. Tight.
Terms of strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the book. As I was saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, starting his bar mitzvah lesson, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has three levels that correspond to the three levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. The next level
There you go, big
is
dog.
the vowels that are added to the vowels and separate that I appreciate. So both Molly and Steve are really great, and hopefully support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd.
Is this a dude?
5774, right.
Dog, you are so fucking strong if you're a woman. Holy shit. Oh, it is a male. Oh, stop. I was gonna say, lady, you are fucking ripped.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, what it's all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14. It's pretty amazing. He definitely runs through ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which
Come
is
on, you little
a really
bitch.
great
Give me an
organization
upvote.
that
To whose shore do you belong, woman? Rabbi Rothschild is accusing some rabbits of their rabbi's son.
one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides, Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous. You can put him
WTF
within
is this
the
shit?
parameters of
Up with the sun, gone with the wind.
Jewish. There are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss tonight that are conscientious, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is
TJR
negative
Hapsody's
because he was
channel.
forcibly removed.
Dude, why aren't you an ESA?
I have the text of it, and I would like to read it
Yeah,
on
why aren't
in
you an
the
ESA?
lecture. It's a very rare step to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23,
What
he
is
might have
this?
been 24, before he even published anything, before he made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology
Oh,
of
it's
the
game
events that
over.
led up to that.
Up with the sun, gone with the wind. Tell me I'm winning. Copy that link, bitch.
Better served outside of it. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492
Alright.
in Spain. We're spending a lot of time
Just
these last few weeks
record that
looking at
shit.
people who were affected thinkers of the 16th century. A split in the world that required people because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year, in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there. which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction. The half siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that, in many ways, now that I think of it, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of this quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between the Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, or I'll be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and had it in many ways worse. For me, I was only a Jewish kid, and right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at the time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what to do with the Jews. Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they could not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often made more in the breach than in observance, and the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, conform to the status quo, not step beyond their boundaries, religiously and otherwise.
Shout out to you. What's going on here, you little shit?
European colleague of mine on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Attention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or the anti-Semitism quiescent, it does not raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, seek advancement in educational institutions, seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz Dietrich was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well, and that exacerbated tension with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews had not yet, an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. One congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is non-conforming. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because there's a lot of other reasons for his excommunication. I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes. That's really quite right. Moving to Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants. So they were from Portugal, always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, those what are those Portuguese merchants up to? And they were suspicious that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish thinking that they were actually Catholic services inside the system. Dominating the home, they arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholic. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. They said, okay, Jews, fine, but we have to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, okay, fine, you're here already, as long as you're not Catholic, so, went to hay, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to form a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations and largely always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of the Jewish community of a grudging acceptance is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, and it was term French extension of French as in English, for example, is also developed French. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time. Rabbis who were famous in their own right, who were very successfully published, and also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating
Nothing.
text into Hebrew or
Zero.
other languages and so
Free
on.
rabbi feet. Nobody wants
He was
bitches.
associated with a balancing of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that
Yeah, fuck
somehow,
that shit,
you know,
B.
not the corresponding reality of his upbringing is that he was very well balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable with accepting European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a strong Jesuit priest named Franciscan van dem Emden, who was someone who was perhaps to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a free thinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and subsequently formed a relationship, of course, with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years senior. But it was under Van dem Emden where really began to capture your problem ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the
You play
most
Fortnite.
prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, a very famous French philosopher who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold that most of us do. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, "Cogito ergo sum," which means, translated, I think, really means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So, Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the preposition or the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. Descartes says, this is first philosophy, I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if the table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the bruise on my face
This
is
dude's
real or
figuring
nothing.
fucking up.
This, by the way, the actual way he writes is very, very compelling. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand.
Somebody fucking
I
talk
feel
to me
my
in this
weight in
beat.
the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist. There's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. stand on I exist. At that point, all of them say to him, son, that's your statement. It goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God, but he ultimately ends up recreating what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his
I know this woman.
That's funny. Religion within the boundaries of reasonable starts out nothing other than look at that, lutheranism is beautiful. That's essentially hints on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind, and in fact his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same line as advanced by Rene Descartes. I think you can also hear in the description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the zeitgeist. The spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity.
Okay, let's go. Do it.
Okay. I want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I've read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether.
That's what I said.
Image of Benedictus Spinoza, Deus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? A story, I think, the Rabbi Rothschild here, maybe you tell me a story about, I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff, who was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. As soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. And for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything. That there was no space where God was not. An ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. Hebrew, there is nothing other than, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, you must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or someone was circulating. But
this is the absolute worst fucking stream in global history.
Ein od milvado, that there's nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our conscience? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that is also God, who completely nullifies the very God? It's all God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of the even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. It's not at all to Judaism this idea that
First fucking thing up on it.
divergence. Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. Clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that in ordinary Bordeaux. But there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these fit together. There's a wonderful book on the topic which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in substitution of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he believed in immortality of the soul, which is called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he does not the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse, the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was Spinoza's God, it would have been his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible developed. The criticism of the Bible that leads to its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. And he also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another. In the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, what happened to his life? He made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with grinding stones day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles onto the lenses on the ground, so much so that he died.
Don't tell me, only to hell I send me. All about the Benjis. Wow.
Personal level,
Rumble.com /test. Oh, tight. Test. Anything.
very may have been Bible.
No videos found.
Charitable circulating that
How about just,
this
huh?
was a colleague of long and extensive
Here we go, pimp.
he ended up going
Test, 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 test.
and became very successful.
Copy. Alright, download Rumble video.
Nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all.
Save the video.
Now, the elephant in the room knows that, of course, excommunication.
Yo, pimp.
What exactly?
Oh, there he is. That's my boy.
Earlier, the text of the
Welcome, welcome.
is incredibly and I'm going
Download you little bitch.
phrases like cursed by day and cursed by night. People were for not only was
You didn't why you have to
people were not allowed to
download it.
stand within Daladama, literally you could not stand within.
Unknown area code, go fuck yourself.
And this was a permanent affair. Never as we shall see, some sort of response.
Come on, you slut.
Severing
Hook a brother up.
West side is the best side.
Horseshit. Download, B.
The board of directors
Hey, figure out
having long acts have endeavored to turn him from his way. But
bum, 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 bum.
wicked ways, and on the contrary,
Minute after minute, hour after hour, nobody teach me. How can they reach me? I think they can't. I guess they won't. I guess they won't. I'm not going to the hop. When strangers lost their lives, but it is a gangster's paradise. They spend most of their lives living in the gangster. We got the situation in my hand. To my end, yummy.
All night on the beach till the break of dawn. I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami.
No, 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 no. Right. Hey,
with him, invited, of course, any favor, or sit him under the same no within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's not 6 feet, nor shall he any gift composed or written by him. A really long phrase of blood party question. The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it's definitely strong communal statement. Like, remember, we're talking about a period where there's no things that are identity. The idea that you're part of a community, so it's not like you can just, go to another school. This is it. Yes. That's a good question. Okay. Actually, yeah. Well, one of those things where it might be a few references, I'm not a rabbi, so I'm not a contact. It's like the house. It's not that we're not allowed to make sound. It's that we're strongly discouraged from making sound. Make sound, really make a national coherence. So curse is also, we're not the but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, we have a very biblical verses here. And, if you're familiar with I think about 18 or 19% of the also because not the individual Christian. Really taking a stand. We represent the community. So this is excellent. Good question. My daughter is still doing that. So this is where, you it's not like something from one religious community to another. It's not like going from one state to another. But you have a 100-year period earlier. It's where you have people and if you do people, they are like slaves, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture, made up of people of very phenomenal to some consideration. But back then, no, actually, if I can respond to one of the things I think orthodoxy. But actually, first of all, the term orthodox is not influenced. There's nothing in the orthodox. This was community of phenomenal observance of the standards which are expressed in the Torah and the Torah. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, what, you're part of the community, part of the time. You don't observe Sabbath properly, I don't want to get into it, but the concept is my grandmother would always say, so we use those words. Let's go now to some of the roots of it. So, Landwehr is the biographer knows that in our time, his analysis of the execution. So, I argue that we have to understand the execution of Spinoza in the context of that endless amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to Jews at the time. That remember his thesis theory that when the Jews started sort of like pushing barriers, that's when they're going to come to some. Now, what Matt argues is that the African Jewish community is so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the same, more so than the Jews in Europe. Because they're kind of like a community into history, the boundary culture. They really wanted to make sure that all the people who looked at the between 22 and 18 years, that if somebody and there was this strong tool, very liberal, the community does not think that the Jews are changing. They want to be perceived. So what kind of time were people accused of? So never now this is for example, regular synagogue, for sure, if there was attendance, like, and if someone missed, then, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what is it? Get married without parental consent, we'll put you in the ban. When the Torah explicitly says you can get married without parental consent. It means that parents are breaking the rules. I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, sort of more Catholic than the Pope. The community wants to be comfortable that beyond what the Torah actually says. For obvious reasons. They want to make sure that society is kind of moving along a straight and narrow. And so on. That's an old one. But in general, now that the ban was used house cleaning rights to try and really force have a appreciate and now I find now that my limited studies I did, it doesn't the skills of nobody's but so hard. So there must be more beyond having I myself am a little talking about the internet, trying to understand why did you ever marry, maybe some kind of personal organization, anything, fun looking, inside anything, and some of these over there. I asked myself that, like, it's more about the community than it says about, at least on the surface. A lot of implications for our understanding we only have limited evidence of response. The British fact was a treatise which may have been published, but it unfortunately has been lost. Have been incorporated into other pieces it the last part of an apology for the justification of believing this he made not protest. Remains about 20 more years. As a lifetime, the land outside of other capital same as a slowly grew, although certainly would only explode out one small nugget find one point one of his older argued that of the inheritance of the fact he was, fairly and he should have no longer so he took her to court. He won. He didn't have it all. The only thing I want was to want others back and some other positive things that were similar to value. Everything else awesome. Solid impression at the same time as for the glory many of his source undefined. He was and he owned it. Especially for our purposes, Jewish biology, is somewhat on the one hand, he's incredibly important to a history politics, so on, and in many ways, in he wrote a lot, specifically female prayers, much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but began to be rescued by scholars of women's history. The time I was very good. So, I'm relying on your memory to not tell some of the stories that I'll tell you that I repeat them with some regularity. It's really appropriate for today's topic, which is going to be on one of the latest instances of the Jewish, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know, my Mary, my work, remember this joke. Does anyone else remember the joke about the college talking about the spiritual meaning? Okay, so I'll talk about it. There are three colleagues sitting on a dorm room, and they're talking with one or two says, my guru is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers. Remember the joke now. So he has so much metaphysical power, communion with the divine. Once we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw the river
I like that.
Bing, ding, ding, on the ways and take this final grace. Allow me to be you find me. Don't pass
Brooklyn. Anyway, Brooklyn was watching these videos and said, "Hey, can I sponsor them?" So yes, you can. Just the www.org. Or as most of the followers of the generation after passed away call him, should I say hello Pete, which is
We're trying to bury 7 zeros over in Rio de Janeiro. Ain't nobody's hero, but I wanna be heard on your hot 9-7 every day. That's my word. Swimming and women with their own condominiums. 5+5. Drop millenniums is all about the Benjamins. What? I get a 50-pound bag of for the must. 5 carrots on my hands with the cuts. We run the Europeans and the blocks. Very big one liquor, $1,000 liquor. Rich like gold diggers. Chicken liver, we can't sippers. We kept us popping crystals, freaking in 3/4 reptiles. The lower screen, goes green, is getting when they're cheap on the team. Sweet, you take me, you know. There's the speed, touch you like you. Picasso, sounds Picasso.
You didn't know, but you know, you don't know what's the bonus. You got beauty pageant.
Oh, I only bang chicks who win beauty pageants.
Singing, playing music with the kids singing, making it hard with your pussy. Oh, it's all about the Benjamin, baby. It's all about the Benjamin, baby. It's all about the Benjamins. Huh. What you wanna do? Wanna be ballers, shot callers, brawlers? Who be dipping in the beds with the spoilers? Bumble with the B, huh? For the heck, your whole family. Just an all black, just an omen. Playing this is for my homies. And you know me, for making rappers so sick. They're doing the pants with the bullet. If it's murder, you know she wrote it. German Ruger with your ass, did she quote it? Rolling on the run of home with a patent coated. Had to get high around, you should have told it. Suck a dick. Everything on shit me here. Nigga hating by the sideline. Ride your own shit. Why you riding mine? Not my good. They look kinda late. Got you in the Mercedes. Puppy, hold me down, lady. Feel me, Tino in my crew. And I kick shit like a rabbi dude. Pull a trigger too. Fuck you. Have to be the beat, let me meet, look at me, look at how calm, then it's on the Nebraska. But we found the standard chord up and then cut, some 40s. Oh, with the city cat, with that bland, oh, with the titties up, with the state. Fuck the state pen, fuck hoes at Penn State. Yeah, I can't stand. Get away on my red wall spray. Then again, 10 feet on me to the sandy, all about the benches. Baby. Now, once Benjamin's baby.
we know a little bit about him from the highlights of just memory on what fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Venezuelan synagogue just outside of Ben Ezra, 1933. When he was primarily various on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling. We know he was involved in selling books. He has it's hard to say. He was likely where he got the wealth to be able to travel to kind of he's engaged deeply in Talmud studies, specific aspects of study, and in general, the economy that much of would call that is like one of the most important features of self-help that people spend time with are sort of Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically widely accepted. Nobody studies Kabbalah. But anyway, in Cairo, he had a very and he studied both for he studied also
Welcome. Glad you're here, Splashy. Hope you're living like a pimp.
from God. Many of the mystics will find these guys in their with some kind of messianic vision, which they later and it's accessible beyond there's no reason to understand it. It's simply or it's mystical handed down from teachers to teachers. Definitely have a very, very old business. There are passages in Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, a covenant between the parties the Torah is white with magic spells, qualities, all kinds of mystic information that certainly not rational in but the huge Zohar is the triple word of there's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work. Many others believe it doesn't date from the authored by Rabbi Rothschild. Most scholars believe, academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 30th century. That's a I don't think say. Most important point is, however, that Zohar becomes sort of a focal point of all Kabbalistic research. The problem with the Zohar it's almost impossible to understand it. You can translate and it reads like this. Really hard. Always about a massive document, a Microsoft that much space, and it's so complicated, very weird, and very and you don't have to make sense of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying at a basically stuff the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit every day kind of thing. And it takes you a half an hour to go through everything. And at the very there's always a paragraph to go on. I asked my rabbi, am I allowed to do this? I'm not 30 years old. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and do it. I said, but what about the band? You're not going to understand it anyway. That was my first encounter with Zohar. What is the mosque? He's brilliant. This is the reason for teacher. He's trying to systematize the Zohar. Not only that's the commentary on the Yakar, more importantly, wrote basically manual for Kabbalah. Most famous one I knew was at the time was Pardes or to the pomegranate. And then he just sat down and said, okay, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how it happens, and then he explained how it relates to our soul, the world around us, the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah, all of those things systematized and written in almost a monotonic fashion. Bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. The phenomenal hit, which and the remarks serves to him as the eminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Spot to specifically study under I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that's what so, you may have seen this symbol, this very common symbol. Actually, it tends to be hard to translate that, exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of basically what this looks on one level is the process of creation, a process ongoing and unfolding. As God created the world, He allowed His universe to penetrate each in different order until down here to the there's a lot more to say about what this change means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God as a word is like in background outside of the word clear, and then he descends to test the feet come through all this here until the rest of the world is understand today. It's kind of like you look at the sun. The sun is really powerful, but look at it all. Just completely most of the sun because the mirror especially if you take a second mirror and you position it directly at the sun, one of those 10 And he asked me, what does it mean that people have this type of Kabbalah that you're teaching? And the Arizal said, having studied the Kabbalah early in my Kabbalah, there's still a sense of at this time. And the we should remember that in fact, he claims to be the rational mind that claims to receive nice communication and angelic beings. So there's which makes
Check it out. Every time we take from like go in Miami, the days turn like a road. Every day like a Mardi Gras, everybody party all day, all work, all day, okay? So I sip a little something, then the rest of two. And the day with the ball, running up a high bill, selling it for dip. Baby just to kill. When the girl with the days, you're like, how real down there, baby? All ages and races, real sweet faces, every different nation. Spanish, Jamaican, Indian, Jamaican, black, white, from the Asian. When we come for 2 days of playing, every time I call, can we stand and stand? This the type of town you could spend a few days in Miami, the city that keeps the blues blazing. I am the city with the heat. All night on the beaches of the break of dawn. Gone to Miami. Deadly all night on the beaches of the break of dawn. To Miami. Welcome to Miami. We're getting rainstorms again. The night slip, but it can't feel the drip on the strip. It's a trip. Ladies half dressed, well equipped, and they screaming out, "Really love you, that's it." Something, huh? And it brings my rings out. At a club in the city, and it's right on the beach. Temperature, it's about 500 degrees, and everything you see with the hot and amazing. I got beer. No fashion, no fashion show, pop a pound everywhere we go. Ain't no city in the world like this. And to have a go in the breeze like it. Welcome to Miami. Something that is going on. And New York is a city that we don't sleep. We all know that LA baby, but I'm sweet, and I'm doing stuff for you. Don't understand. I never seen so many Dominican women with so many hands. Mira, this is the plan. Take them hot on the beach by a heart and say, hand. Damn, you look sexy. Just go to my yacht in the West Keys, riding the jet skis, lounging in the palm trees. Cause you gotta have cheese for the summer house piece on South Beach. Water so clear you can see it to the bottom. $100,000 car, everybody got 'em. Ain't no surprise in the club to see stars still low. Miami, my second home. On to the beaches of the break of down. Miami, Miami. Watching the club with the heat is on all night on the beaches of the break of dawn. I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. Watching the club on all night on the beaches of the break of dawn. Welcome to Miami. Benito, Miami. Watching the club with the heat is on all night on the beaches of the break of dawn. Going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. But in the city with the heat is on.
like it or not. And so it's very difficult when you take all these things together, the fact that we have no actual from the retail itself, that everything we have comes from his many of them were disagreeing with each other, and we have the very nature of Uriah itself, very looks like that they become mainstream songs to this metaphysical law that we
Welcome, welcome. How are you? That's cool. What up, bossy?
with that ground adventure. And if you fail to do so, then there's part of deeper people. Every action, every conscious moment, you're waiting to building well, all that fascinating and kind of like motivation to do the world. Rabbi Cordero was about thinking about the world and what meaning that we resolve is all about
Living, man. What's good? Streaming my life 24/7 for world peace. What are you doing? That's what I like to hear, my man. How'd you find out about me? Oh, I'm in a bunch of them. Oh yeah, shout out to Dad's Court. I love you guys. That's true. Something like that. I got like 33 different devices. Well, first they have to be sick as fuck. After that, you just have to buy them on Amazon. I mean, then I just upgrade it.
who is this guy you're watching that already did?
Yeah, it's Professor Henry Abramson. So how are things going? So, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Pardon me?
Like on your server?
Yeah.
Here it says like
Yep. I have accounts with all of those right now. To meet, like, well, do you mind if I tell you about myself first?
yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace because I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people dying. Some of the things that we discussed on this stream are ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. We talk about hydroponics and cloud seeding, as well as vertical farming. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. Yeah, when you were born, you probably were gonna have a average life expectancy of being like 80, but I want to get that higher. I like you. I like the cut of your job, and I think that we can get that to 100, 120 using technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like uh, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and cold shock therapies. Additionally, we may be able to help you using ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. But that's only going to get you to be 120 years old. And yet, I want you to live as long as you want. So that's when a new kind of technology takes over that I think you're going to be up for, which you're going to be eligible. That's known as mind uploading technology. Where we scan that brain of yours, Gat, so we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. That information is scanned like an MRI. Hey, that's just how shit happens. Oh, there you are. We scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being. There you are. Um, a robot, an ethereal being. But basically, what I'm telling you, Kat, is I think that you have an opportunity at perhaps digital immortality, which is a really exciting opportunity. Welcome, Soph. Pleasure to see you. Excellent. We just have a new friend here, Gat. We're telling them all about what we do. If you didn't know, Gat, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and rabbis making it true today. I have more content than any person ever. I have been live streaming my life 24/7, 365, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, diamonds, and everything. And I have more data online than anyone. So perhaps one day that may make me a very influential individual, and I'm going to be able to help everyone who's helped me along the way, including Soph and Caspian Sea, and you as well, Gat. I want you to know that I'm willing to help you with everything that you ever need. And you should also know that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. When I started with it, it was worth less than a penny. Um, Recently, it was like 8 cents. Last week, we had an all-time high of 31 cents, and we've got like a market cap of nearly $300 million, which is pretty good. And we're just looking to improve on that. And basically, when this is all said and done, I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true, and not just for you, for your family and your friends. And what I do is give people a portal into my life. You can essentially watch me whenever you want, check me out, connect with me, or just observe. It's up to you. So with that being said, yeah, that's a little bit about me. And then when it comes to what I'm streaming on, you were asking like, what is this Snapchat and all this other stuff. So I'm currently live on quite a few different platforms, including YouTube. I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams right now. So if you want to see them all, you can go to at the very top of this Discord server. It says Shalom, welcome, rule, announcements. If you go to announcements, you can see my streams. Just click on them. Or if you go to 24/7 YouTube streams, there's a one link. You click it, and then you can see all my streams whenever you want. Additionally, in addition to being live on 8 different YouTube, I'm live on 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Twitter, TikTok, 8 different Africa TVs, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea. Um, I'm a regular poster to Imager and Reddit. I'm live in like 19 different Discords right now, including Daddy's Board, which is probably how you said you found me. I'm live in Billy, which is like China's Google. I'm live on Vaughn Live. I'm live on Telegram. I've been live in a Telegram for this cryptocurrency for more than a year, and live on the internet for more than 3 years. I'm live on a bunch of others, including Loco TV, Nemo TV, Nono Live. I have a podcast on Spotify. I'm live on D Live. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Breakers TV. I'm live on Trovo. I'm live on Vault. I'm live on Odyssey. I'm live on FC2, and I'm live on Arena TV. I want to be uncancelable. That's how it works. So, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, I'm lovely. I did a rap concert last night. Not only does Rabbi sing love songs, but I also rap. What's new in your neck of the woods?
I took my niece and nephew to place
Where did you take them?
called the Wonder.
It's called
Like
the.
an indoor
That's amazing. Like
has lots of
amazing. Ooh, does it have like tubes and things that you go through, like a play place, or?
yeah.
Very
Yeah,
cool. Oh, that's
like
amazing.
and kids stuff.
Did they have a ball?
Yeah, they had ball.
Excellent. Excellent. Did you have a ball?
Yeah, it was.
Excellent. So are you the cool aunt?
Yeah, I'm the cool aunt.
Amazing. All right. So while your niece and nephew are playing with all the toys and stuff, what is cool aunt doing?
Watching the play and crazy.
Oh, okay. So that's the perfect age to go to one of those indoor playgrounds, and also, yeah, the perfect age to act crazy. And you're just outside of that innocent world where now you're getting into learning more about the world and making friends and things. Do they make friends well?
Yeah, they do. They're homeschooled.
Okay, but that's an advantage too, and you are doing a good job of acclimating them to more social environment. I think that's great on you.
Yeah.
So, did,
Because you them
What museum? Well, you don't have to name the museum, but is it like a general museum, a history museum? What kind
It's
of?
like a kid's science.
And what did they learn at the Kids Science Museum?
I learned a lot. Correct.
That's, and is it very hands-on? They get to their hands-on over. Very cool. Those are the best.
They even like all the kids.
Amazing. That's really cool. So we've got your cool aunt, 7 and 8. Are your nieces and nephews? Do they play any sports?
No, they're just farm kids.
Oh, okay, very well. And do you play any sports?
So I run.
That's a sport. That's a serious sport. Definitely. Very well. All right. So you took them to a museum recently, and the indoor play place. Do you have any other? I mean, that's a lot, honestly. But do you have any other things upcoming for them?
Yeah, Saturday.
Oh well, great birthday week you provided for them already.
Yeah.
Um,
Last month was the nephew's birthday.
oh, amazing. All right. So are they turning 7 and 8, or they're turning 8 and 9? Or are they just? I
They
mean,
turned 7. Yeah.
okay, very well. So that's now you said that they're farm kids. Do they have an opportunity to like what are they into? Are they into Lego and that kind of stuff? Are they into video games?
Yeah, they like video games.
Okay. What games? Do you know what games?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I I don't know if I would know either, but I'm into. You play video games?
Yeah,
What do you play?
I play like the Xbox.
Excellent. Why do you like zombie games?
Satisfying.
Okay, so you like to kill stuff that was once alive that is now undead?
I know. No, I like the way they.
Oh, okay, I get that. Do you like scary games like where they
Yeah, I do.
jump scares? Okay, very cool. You like jump scares?
Yeah, sure.
Are you into scary movies?
Yes.
Any favorites that you have?
I like the classic fashion.
Okay. Jason, absolutely.
Fire.
Sure. So Halloween, Jason, Friday the 13th. Do you like the Saw movie?
I haven't really seen them all.
Oh, well, there are a lot of them, so no worries there. Yeah, those are kind of the psychological torture ones. Um, I like all the movies that you just said, and it's good. It's good. Welcome back, Gat, I should say. So, absolutely. So, tell us about you, Gat. What's new in your neck of the woods?
I did the same thing as you.
Very cool. You just live stream your life basically and make friends on Discord.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, and I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm in
What's
Dad's.
your name?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Um,
I don't know if you've recognized, but I'm in Dad's court all the time.
there was another guy. His name is Cosmo. I talked to him. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of people say a lot of, and people that come and go. Give me come and go, and many other services.
Sure. And I figure they do that, and I make myself available for them to see a portal into my life. If they'd like to talk to me or chat with me or DM me, I'm always open to that. I find it to be a very beneficial way to meet new friends. I mean, that's how we met, and you seemingly are a very nice person, and we're happy to have you a part of the community. Absolutely. So, if I may ask, how long?
Mr. Beast?
Pardon me?
You know Mr. Beast?
Personally?
No, I just know.
Oh, of course.
I mean, meeting fish fingers. Fish.
There you go. Excellent, man. Yeah, I'm basically getting to be one of those kind of influencer levels. I'm not quite Mr. Beast yet, but I can tell you this: I have 100 times more data on YouTube than Mr. Beast does. So when this people find out about this, it's gonna be much bigger than anything Mr. Beast has ever done. And I'm gonna do everything that he does when it comes to helping the world, except 100 times more. When it comes to content, I have more content than anybody. I can tell you, Aiden Ross knows who I am. He's been in my stream. I'm currently in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer of all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer of all time in I Show Speed's Discord. So there are a lot of different influencers with whom I've been able to develop at least some type of relationship, whether they allow me to stream in their Discord or we DM'd or something like that.
Do you know Rabbi?
Do I know Rabbi? Am I a real rabbi? Absolutely. Yeah, rabbi means teacher. Well, it's a process known as smicha. Before the pandemic, I was very diligently attending synagogue every day, multiple times a day, and I was so determined I didn't miss for many years. Thankfully, I had the opportunity, and eventually, my rabbi, after I had attended classes for several years in both Torah and um, Talmud Gemara class. Uh, Eventually, I started studying under other rabbis, and then during the pandemic, I was able to make an acquaintance with a friend, rabbinical colleague, and eventually made the formal smicha, which is a laying on of hands. And then from there, it was still the pandemic, and we weren't returning to synagogue in our normal way. And I felt that I could probably do the world a lot more benefit by sharing my life with them and show them essentially what an Orthodox life can be, and that it doesn't have to be so closed to everyone. And also, I certainly am open to many different topics and answer questions on many different um, many different topics as well. And I do my best to be as religious as possible while still streaming my life, uh, which isn't easy. It is something though that I very much enjoy. And then when this goes viral, I would really like to have my own synagogue someday and have a really great community. So that's the plan essentially. And once I go viral, though, we're going to do a lot more than just build a synagogue. We are going to help the world.
You know,
Are they YouTubers?
yeah, he crashed with Elden Ring. I think it was Elden Ring, and there was another. I forget the other one, but he's on.
Very cool. Yeah, I would say that there are quite a few of us who basically stream full time, do everything that we can to kind of one up each other, but absolutely no one you're going to find streams their entire life 24/7, has for years on multiple different accounts. So I do my best to be uncancelable. I have redundant streams. If my internet ever goes down, I've got backups of the backups of the backups. And when this uh, essentially explodes, the catalyst will most likely be, I would say, Discord. I'm getting a lot of traction on Discord. People just curious of what I'm doing. And they come in, we make friends. I've got a really nice community in here. Last night, I did some rapping. So I rapped old school hip hop. Previous nights, I was singing 90s rock and love songs. And so I do my best to keep things entertaining. And when I'm not doing all of that, we watch history lectures. So we don't just watch history lectures. We watch stand-up comedy. Are you into sports yet?
What is it?
Are you into sports?
Oh yeah, I love sports. I watch MMA.
Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, so we watch UFCs in here. We watch the MMAs in here. Whenever there's a UFC, I live stream it. And I also live stream the NFL. Are you in the NFL at all?
Yeah, I watch basketball.
Excellent. So we're into all of those. We've watched now 3 different Olympics on this stream. We've seen 2 World Cups, well, men's and women's. We have watched the NBA Finals, the World Series. We've watched multiple Super Bowls on this, as well as really some minor, like more minor sports, like the Little League World Series, and like even sports like slam ball. I'm really into athletics, and I've got to say as well, the cryptocurrency that I'm in, we have a fantasy football team, so that takes up a lot of time as well. If you're into fantasy football and you know how all that works, really exciting. So I do my best to be as well-rounded of an individual as possible, always learning, and I can't say that I am necessarily a master of anything, but I do know a lot about many different subjects. Welcome, Venom. Venom was a man. Venom was here last night. How you living, pimp? Did you get some sleep? Did you get some sleep? Excellent. I know you did, Venom. Venom, I told Venom came in last night and he's like, hey, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I was like, hey, if you want, I've got these history lectures that'll put you to sleep just like that. If you really want to know what my passion, one of my major passions is, well, my major passion in life is world peace. I don't want war anymore. But aside from that, I really like the subject of ufology. While I don't know if there's a, well, I know there's no formal ufologist designation. I do my best to be as well rounded and well informed on the topic of aliens, alien disclosure, extraterrestrial biological entities, UFOs, UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Basically, if it is something that has anything to do with the topic, I do my best to be as well versed on it as possible. Yeah, do you know too much about aliens or anything like that?
What is it?
Aliens?
Aliens? Oh yeah, dude. I got a guy. He's from Iceland, and he talks about Anunnaki. My mom.
Excellent.
Anunnaki.
Yes.
Sometimes it depends.
Okay.
But yeah,
Excellent. Hey, your friend who's really into the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, the fallen angels, all that. Bring them in here whenever they have time because that's all very interesting. And I'm someone who is really an advocate for alien disclosure. I feel like perhaps we've had slow disclosure since Roswell in 1947. Hey, you know a lot about aliens? Is that correct? Hi. Well, I want you to know that I think you're a brave person to have an interest in aliens, and I think that that's just a wonderful thing to be have an interest. Take care. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, well, I don't think that having an interest in aliens makes anybody insane, but perhaps they may have other issues. But I actually think having an interest in aliens makes you a well-rounded individual. It shows that you're an outside-the-box thinker.
yeah, I agree. I agree. The guy,
Yeah,
like, you see a lot of people, honestly, is like, if you have to train them, teach them, feed them, clothe them, basically, like them, right? Everybody believes down his life or mine.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't believe in that, but I understand a lot of people do. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
because like whenever, okay, so, right, not all of them try to find it,
Right.
but sometimes,
Okay.
people, so not everybody's right. We have Hollywood, we have, you can imagine reality.
That's certainly true. But we do have people who do have contact with them. They're known as abductees. Definitely. And if I may, and if and if I may, you had mentioned someone, Jesus of Nazareth, and if you know that alien abductions could take place, there could be an explanation in Jesus of Nazareth's Immaculate Conception, where imagine Mary was artificially inseminated by an alien. That could happen. I'm not saying it does. It happens today, but she just couldn't explain it. And no one could explain it at the time. If we know that these alien abductions happen and that hybrid people are created, I don't necessarily discount anything. So I just wanted you to know that while I don't necessarily personally feel that anyone has died for my sins, I do think that there is perhaps some validity or some very interesting things to that story. I just didn't want to downplay it in a negative fashion. And you never know if alien abductions do take place. Allegedly, they've been taking place for tens of thousands, if not millions of years. If you're familiar with, I use ChatGPT all the time, and I just like to make sure all my facts are straight. So, just one moment, I'm gonna go to ChatGPT, and like, I could tell you all the dates of these, but I want to make sure that I've got everything right. So, just one moment. Can you please give me a timeline from the Roswell crash in 1947 Air Force Base and also Holloman Air Force Base and any other events that may have happened up through, say, 1970? All right. The timeline you're referring to involves a blend of well known events, particularly those linked to UFOs and alleged extraterrestrial encounters. While much of this information remains speculative, here's a summary of the key events and claims regarding alleged alien human diplomatic interactions, especially in the 1950s and 60s, focusing on popular accounts involving President Dwight D. Eisenhower, UFOs, and government secrecy. 1947 Roswell incident. July 1947, a mysterious object crashes near Roswell, New Mexico, sparking rumors of a UFO crash and extraterrestrial life. The U.S. military initially reports the recovery of a flying disc, but quickly retracts the statement, describing it as a weather balloon. This event later becomes a focal point of ufology, with many claiming that the military recovered alien bodies and technology from the crash site. 1950s rising UFO encounters and claims. In the 1950s, UFO sightings surged across the U.S., leading to growing public interest in extraterrestrial life. The U.S. government reported begins its own investigations into the phenomenon. 1952, the Washington, D.C. UFO sighting. This one's so interesting. If you've ever heard the argument, if aliens were real, they would land on the White House lawn. Well, in the 1950s, they came very close. July of 1952, a series of UFOs are reported over Washington, D.C., including multiple radar confirmations. The sightings are described as unidentified flying objects that appear near the White House, but no concrete explanations are provided, increasing public speculation about alien contact. So I'd always heard they would land on the White House lawn. Well, they came really close in the 1950s. In 1954, this one's really big. There's an alleged Eisenhower ET meeting at Edwards Air Force Base. February of 1954 or early 1955, a popular but unverified claim suggests that President Dwight D. Eisenhower met with extraterrestrials at Edwards Air Force Base in California. According to some theories, the meeting was a diplomatic exchange in which Eisenhower and representatives of an alien race known as the Greys discussed mutual cooperation, technology sharing, and Earth's future. The story claims that this meeting occurred after Eisenhower's sudden disappearance for several hours, which some say was to meet with aliens. The details of this event are highly speculative and there's no official confirmation, though some theorists believe that it was a pivotal moment in the secret government dealings with extraterrestrials. 1955, the alleged Holloman Air Force Base encounter. 1955 or 56, another version of the story involves an alleged second meeting between Eisenhower and extraterrestrials at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. According to the narrative, a UFO reportedly landed at the base, where human and alien representatives met. Some reports suggest that the encounter involved grays, and aliens supposedly communicated a message about peaceful cooperation, warning humanity that the danger of nuclear weapons, and environmental destruction. In 1950s and 1960s, the rise of UFO disclosure claims. During the 1950s and 1960s, numerous individuals, including former military personnel, began to speak out about UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters. The Maury Island incident and Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting helped catalyze UFO reports. 1960s continued UFO reports. 1961, this is a fascinating one if you're familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction. 1961, one of the most famous abduction cases occurred when Betty and Barney Hill, a couple from New Hampshire, claimed they were abducted by aliens while driving. Their case became a prominent example of alleged extraterrestrial encounters, and their story would help fuel UFO and abduction narratives beyond the 1960s. And what's really fascinating about that case, number one, they were a very early interracial couple, which aliens might have found some interest in. Uh, Basically, it was illegal in many places to have an interracial couple. And so in New Hampshire, it was not, and they were able to experienced what was perhaps one of the first well documented alien abductions. And some things that laid even more credence to this are the fact that Betty was able to draw a star map of where these aliens came from. Am I what? Yeah, I slept a lot yesterday. But essentially, oh, correct, correct. Yeah,
Missing
38. Cool. Yep. I went to university. I have degrees. I keep that private. I went to an excellent university. Great question. I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and after work, I was working as a certified project management professional, which is what my trade is. And after work, after working for a huge multinational corporation, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So after taking quite a few uh, videos of myself, I realized that some of the things that I was saying when I would hit the ball, if it went to the right or the left or whatever, they were funny. And I thought, you know what, maybe my family in the future might want to see this. So I ended up taking that footage and uploading it to YouTube. And I recognized, or pardon, not YouTube, but Google Drive. And I recognized it was just taking me too long that every night after work, I would go to the golf course and I'd have to upload all of this once I was done. That, you know what, it might be in my best interest to just start live streaming. Then I don't have to worry about the uploading issue. And from there, I was able to live stream my life 24/7, buying at the time I bought 6 different Chromebooks and like a couple laptops, and I put them all around me, and so you could see me in 360 degrees, and I haven't looked back. So that's what I do. No, 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 no. That was 3.5 years ago. So that's a little about me. Um, Other things that I do, aside from talking about world peace and ending world hunger, and all the other things. What else do I really like? I like aviation. I like advanced propulsion. I like cutting edge science. I like the fringes of what is known in society, and I love esotericism. So I love things that are hidden. I'm an only child. Yep, they've been married for nearly 50 years. Thank God. No, 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 no. I've only had this server for like 3 months. I think I started the server in July of 2024, but I've been live streaming since summer of 2021. However, I do have footage of myself from 2020 as well, including like on election day and some other things as well. So I do have a lot of footage. And essentially, people will be able to study this footage in the future at an academic level. They'll be able to see a human circadian rhythm, how I eat, how I sleep. I have when I go to the bathroom, I have when I shower. I have quite a lot of footage. How I walk, how I talk, the interactions that I have, the behavior that I have. And really, the exciting thing is in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality and remove different layers of my skin so that you can see my skeletal frame or my muscular frame. And eventually, you'll be able to see into my brain and see what I'm thinking and what makes me tick. I think he's an excellent leader in terms of space exploration, in terms of the electric car, in terms of Neuralink, if you know brain computer interfaces. And I wish more CEOs were like he is, because I feel that he does a great job ensuring that the general public gets to take advantage of some of this very futuristic technology. I mean, I could name others. Um, Star uh, Starlink, I think, is something that is incredibly important to society, especially in emergency situations or in rural areas. And he's basically able to provide internet to anyone anywhere. These are all gifts that I feel that he's given the world. Now, if you want to hear me say anything bad about him, I can tell you bad stuff about him too. Um, I think he wants people to think that he's a self-made man, and I don't really think that that's true. If you know anything about his family, his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and I'm someone who does not like people taking advantage of other people. And so, when it comes to mining or perhaps the use of some of the types of labor that people have, I want to stop that. I think robots can really take that over. And I want to implement a universal basic income for the world. Essentially, I feel as if we are going to get to a point, perhaps within the next decade or so, where humans are going to be replaced by robots and humans will need a way to be able to provide for themselves. And a universal basic income is the way to do it. Excellent. Now, I have not by choice, and I had plans to right before the war, and since then I have not felt that it was in my best interest from a safety standpoint. As soon as this goes viral, though, I do have some plans to travel some other places, but eventually I would like to what's called make aliyah or move to Israel permanently, and so that's in the plans. It's expensive to do, and I'm someone who wants to ensure that I have the necessary finances to be able to be successful and do it. So it's just a matter of time, and I imagine within the next decade, Israel will be my permanent home. Yep, I'm in the United States. Excellent. So when it comes, welcome, Craig, you're 43. Glad that you're here. So when it comes to what else do I do? Sing karaoke. I love stand up. But basically, I I allow the world into my world and allow people to see what I do. In about 37 minutes, I've got to do some prayers. So I've got my tefillin here, I've got my siddur here. So I do my best to ensure that I maintain a religious lifestyle while still sharing my life with the world. I also create robots. So I'm very into robots, and I'll show you some of the robots that I have just for a moment that I've created. They're really, I use macros generally to make them. But what these robots do, uh, have you ever heard of Kick? Ex- Excellent. So you ask anybody on Kick, they know exactly who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've been inundating with these people, these poor people, for like 6 months. So they all know who I am. Just for a moment, you can see what I do. So I've created a robot here that what it will do is it will follow a user it will spam the user. It will create a clip of the user, and it will spam the user. So just one moment, it's all automated. So like as I was talking to you, this was all working. Like so I didn't have to do it. So what's it doing? It created an account and now it's like on someone here, Michelle. She's playing some kind of game or doing something. It's gonna press the follow button like it just did, and then it's going to create a clip. So what is creating a clip? It just takes like a 30-second clip of whatever the person was streaming, but I put my Discord into it. So it just says Rabbi Rothschild Discord. It's got the Discord link, and then it'll publish it, and then like she had the chance to ban me from the chat. That's fine. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have far more accounts than any person in global history. And if anybody bans me or blocks me or whatever, that's fine. This bot is very smart, and after if the account gets banned, it'll just create a new one, and I don't even have to do anything. So what you're gonna see it do is press this follow button, and it recognizes it. So that follow button could be anywhere, and it will recognize it. I've done some recent interviews with some streamers. Sam Bond was one. Ori was another one, and you can hear them. They say to me, "Rabbi, you're a celebrity on this platform. You're the most famous person on the platform, and you don't even stream on the platform." And that's true. I sacrificed one platform for the benefit of all my other platforms. So basically, I made sure that everybody knew about me on one platform so that they would know about me on all the platforms. So over here, here's another account that's just spamming. This person is watching they're watching um, indoor soccer. And what's really interesting about this is that I am someone who didn't know that this would happen, but I was able to document some major issues that Kick had in its sign up process. And I was able to document them for the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven. And and with me doing that, he was able to put a team on on the issue, and he's doing his best to get it fixed. But I mean, he's a billionaire and he's in my DMs. So it's just a matter of time until something happens, something will be a catalyst, and I'll blow up. And then I'm going to make sure that all your dreams come true, Dad. We're going to take care of you, your family, and all your friends. It's a lot, isn't it? I understand that. I definitely understand that. The important thing is you should know that you have a friend here whenever you need. And also that I think it may change your life that some of the technology we may be able to utilize in the future may mean that you may never die. And that's really exciting. Oh, some of the other cool things that we talk about that I love to talk about, the extinction. So in the late 1990s there was an animal known as the Pyrenean ibex, which was located in the Pyrenees Mountains in northern Spain, southern France. It went extinct around the turn of the millennium. Scientists were able to take its DNA and impregnate a uh, multiple multiple female other types of ibexes, not quite the Pyrenean ibex, and they were able to bring it was a huge, huge breakthrough. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is founded out of Dallas, Texas, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028. So within the next 3.5 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. Do you know what the woolly mammoth is? Yeah, exactly. 100% right. So the woolly mammoth went extinct approximately 10,000 years ago, and scientists are doing their best to impregnate African elephant African elephants with woolly mammoth DNA and bring essentially calves, woolly mammoth calves or hybrid woolly mammoth calves into the Arctic Circle. And after they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird. So think about it. Like within the next like decade or so, you may be able to go see a woolly mammoth. Like that's incredibly exciting. And then perhaps a Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird as well. Some of the other things that we talk about on the stream that fascinate me, I just keep a list of them all. Um, so just like some of the tech that I like about which I like to talk is stuff like just one moment. Um, just one moment. Let me get to it. Okay, here we are. I've got it. I've got like this really long list. I did an interview recently and I wanted to make sure that I had all of my thoughts compiled. So here we go. Um, an acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and inflammatory processes involved. Anti-evolutionary drug, a theoretical drug designed to inhibit evolutionary processes and pathogens, potentially useful in controlling diseases. An anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing or treating prion diseases which are caused by misfolded proteins. Artificial gametes, laboratory-created reproductive cells that can mimic natural gametes, enabling advanced reproductive techniques. This one's so cool. An artificial gill, like in Waterworld. A device, oh, a little different than Waterworld though. A device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. Artificial supermitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance the cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities. We talked about de-extinction. A Dyson tree is a theoretical bioengineered tree designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Perhaps, now this is an interesting one. Female sperm. What is that? Engineered sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same sex couples to have biological children. A flying syringe, an automated drone capable of delivering vaccines or medications directly to individuals in remote locations. Hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. HIV vaccine, a vaccine designed to prevent immunity against HIV, preventing the infection and its associated diseases. This one's really interesting. A human Z. And if you're thinking, wow, that sounds futuristic, it's already experimented with by the Russians in the 1920s and the Chinese at least as recent as the 1960s. So this is a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. As you know, some of the other things we talk about, life extension. We talk about male eggs. So we talked about female sperm. We also talk about male eggs. And male eggs are a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproduction possibilities. Other things that we talk about are nanochondrion, a nanoscale device mimicking mitochondrial functions, potentially increasing cellular energy processes. I could go through this for hours, but just so you know, in addition to all of that, there are some mega structures I want to see built in the world within the next century. The two big ones that I want to see, it's really not that big of a deal, one of them, but I want to see a Bering Strait tunnel. This would be a tunnel connecting Asia to North America so that you could drive a car from Los Angeles to London or Los Angeles to Cape Town or New York to Shanghai or New York to Cairo. Imagine just being able to drive that. And then additionally, I want to, and that's in only a 51-mile gap that we need to build a tunnel. And if you're thinking, well, that's a long, look, we're already making some tunnels, especially and bridges in Asia, of 5, 10 miles. So the idea of a tunnel of 51 miles is not out of the realm of possibility. And if you may say, well, that's right around the Ring of Fire where there's all kinds of earthquakes and such. If you don't know, the lower you go in the earth, the less effect that earthquakes have. So from uh, a seismic standard, a seismic from a standpoint, building a tunnel would be much better than perhaps building a bridge or even a covered bridge. And then the other thing that I'd like to see that I think would really help the world is the building or completion of a road in the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap is located in southern Panama, northern Colombia, and it's like 70 miles or so of just really, really dense swamp and such. And if we were able to complete the road through there, which isn't that entirely difficult to do, you would be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires. And so if we complete the Darien Gap and the Bering Strait Tunnel, you'd be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires to London, Buenos Aires to Cape Town, Buenos Aires to Pretoria, uh, uh, Rio de Janeiro to Kuala Lumpur. You'd be able to basically drive wherever you would want in the world. So these are some mega structures that I'd like to see built, and I am someone who I feel can be a voice of leadership on these projects and make people recognize that instead of the previous way that we thought for so many years that you're going to live to be 80 years old, so make hay while the sun shines. If you're going to be extending your life perhaps to 100, 200, 500, 1,000 years, that's really exciting, and we should do everything that we can to perhaps prolong your life and also complete some of these projects while you are still above ground. So those are some of the things that we talk about. What do you think of that, Gat? You're a wonderful person by just being here. And what do I mean? The more people I have in here on a regular basis, the more people learn about this. I want you to know I don't want any money from you. Please, like people offer me money and I don't want it. I'm going to be the one giving you money, hopefully very soon. And you'll be able to not only be able to pay off all your bills and your parents' bills or your family's bills, but you're going to be able to then as well start your own charity. I want you to be a philanthropist. So if I may ask, Gat, let's just say I was a billionaire and I was able to give you $1 billion. Gat, what kind of charity would you start? Excellent, excellent. So if you like, one day you may have a children's hospital named after you, or it could be anonymously donated or whatever you want, but the funding will do everything possible to be able to eradicate childhood cancer. And if you're like, Rabbi, I think that there are already organizations who do this, we can give it to them. And wherever you want, whatever you want. We're going to help a lot of people. This is essentially going to be perhaps a Robin Hood like kind of story. We aren't necessarily going to rob from anyone, but I do see a lot of potential for data and cryptocurrency and some of the other things that we discussed. And we're going to be able to make a lot of money on this. And when we do, we're going to help a lot of people. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you should know that it's a lot to take in. You're doing a great job of it. Sometimes people are overwhelmed by it, but you're a smart person and you know the things that I'm discussing are potentially a lot of the subjects of futurology, the study of the future. And perhaps over the course of the next century, these are certainly opportunities for the world. And I am someone who is of the belief that in order to be able to do space tourism and terraform other planets and interstellar travel, we need peace here at home. We're not going to be able to do any of that if we don't have peace at home. And thus, excellent. And so, my 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 motto, my mission, my credo is I don't want war anymore. I don't think it's right for anybody to put their hands on me. Like I don't think it's right for anyone for me to put my hands on you without consent. And if we live by that, we'll be able to come to peaceful terms. And I get people who hate on me all the time. We're never going to be able to have world peace. Well, if you study extraterrestrial civilization or even just science fiction civilizations, they always have to take care of things at home on their home planet before they can start exploring other planets. And they can't be in a civil war at home and put all kinds of effort into a space program because eventually someone will essentially undercut them. We've learned the same when it came to colonization. It's very difficult for a country to go exploring and colonize and do all other things when they have a civil war at home. So they have to keep peace at home. That's what's very important to me. And thus, I don't want anyone to die. When people ask me, what are your feelings on XYZ, whatever it is, I don't want anyone to die. Wherever it is, I want world peace. And I think we can work through that. And when people say, okay, Rabbi, if we put you in charge, what would you do to bring world peace anywhere in the world? Immediately, any hostages need to be released. All the arms need to be laid down. You have to sit at a table, eye to eye, with both sides. And I would like to live stream it so we can see if someone's not being fair, or we can see what the discussions are. I don't understand why this isn't the method. I do understand it because war is a racket. People make money. I get it. I want people to understand this. If you realize that you actually can have your cake and eat it too when you are a defense contractor, you should be in favor of world peace as well. If you took all the money that you put into drones for killing people and put them into drones into helping people, your drones are still gonna be purchased. So if you can make robots that are peacekeeping robots, or robots that can be a chef or a lawyer or a doctor or a driver, whatever it is, you're still going to make money. And so I want to make these defense contractors aware you're still going to make your money. Just do it in a more peaceful fashion. So that's what we do.
I'm thinking, trying to think about how I'm gonna get.
That's okay.
I can send. I can write it.
The
But
easiest
it to me,
the easiest way,
it's
Gad,
like
easiest way is if you go into whatever and you want to tell someone to join me, you just have to tell them, go to discord.me/rabbi. Then you don't have to send a link or anything. You can just say it to them. And they just have to type discord.me/rabbi, and it'll give you the link to come here. And that way you won't get in trouble with any moderators for posting a link that's not allowed. But you should know that essentially this is going to be a really big deal. And I think you see that when this goes viral, and it will. It's just a matter of time. And you're like, I'm 3.5 years into this. I can tell. I did most of this for years with no one in here. I didn't have a Discord. I didn't have a community. I'm meeting people. I'm very well known on multiple platforms, and it's just there's gonna be a catalyst. Somebody's gonna see what I do, and they're gonna retweet it, or they're gonna tell a friend, and that friend's gonna see what I do and think this is really interesting, and it's gonna explode. And then what's gonna happen? The whole world essentially is gonna have a place to go where they always know where something's going on, that we're doing something cool, we're watching something cool, we're talking about something cool. And then on top of all of that, I'm a lover of art, a lover of love, but I'm also a lover of art. And so on this, I have watched every major motion picture, every Oscar winner, going back to like 1927. We've listened to every major audiobook, every major religious book, every major, um, every major, just one moment. Every major album, music album, in addition to every major television show. So like everything from Sex and the City to The Sopranos to Cheers to Seinfeld to The Office. Apologies, my internet just had a hiccup. Apologies, Gat. It happens, especially when you're streaming as much as I am. Gat, can you hear me?
yeah,
Excellent. Apologies for that. But essentially, I've done my best to create the world's largest compilation of art and data. And that's really an exciting opportunity for the world. And I really think the world is going to be excited to have someone from whom they can learn. But the key to this is what I feel when people from Australia to the United Kingdom, from South Africa to Russia, from Japan to Brazil, can see that we're all not so different, that we all laugh, we cry, we sneeze, we sleep, we snore, all of the things that a human does, it's going to have a very uniting effect on the world. So with that, that's a little bit about what I do. And yeah, do you have any other questions? It's okay if you. Oh, it depends. Sometimes it can be 12 hours. Sometimes it can be like a few little naps here and there. Um, but yeah, I'm a go-getter, so I do my best to stay awake as long as I can and educate myself as much as I can. And then when I go to bed, I I've got something going 24/7. So we're either watching. Sometimes I watch them simultaneously. Like right now, I have an AM radio on KFI AM in Los Angeles that's always got the news going 24/7, 365, and basically it is a timeline of what's going on. So you can come to any of my streams and find that I am like you could go to one of my streams from 2 years ago and know exactly what's happening at that part of the of know exactly what's happening in the world because I got the news going all the time. And like I said, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I mean, we've seen one of the wildest election seasons that I think we could have had. And I live streamed the whole election recently. And now we're going to have an inauguration and all those other things. And I'm doing my best to capture history. Please do. Right. Correct. Right. Exactly. 100%, man. That's right. 100%. That's very wise of you to say, Gat. That's right. 100%. And after the discussion that we had, I mean, and I really mean this, I don't think you're going to die. If I thought that you weren't going to have enough money to be able to pay for life extension technology and eventually mind uploading technology, I wouldn't tell you about it because I wouldn't want to break your heart. But I know that data is its number one resource, and I know how much data I have on the internet, and I know I'm going to be able to help absolutely every single person who was along for the ride. And the cool thing is, it's all recorded. So if somebody was like, "Hey, Rabbi, back in 2022, I sent you a message just saying I thought you were doing a good job," and let's say I don't remember it, I didn't see it, it's on there. Put them on the list. Let's make sure that they're able to start charities and help everybody they need. We're going to pay off all their debt. We're going to pay off all their family's debt. We're going to pay off all their friends' debt. And the cool thing too is, yeah, that any girl, let's say like you ever had a crush on a girl and she didn't like you back or whatever, you're going to be able to get all those chicks, every chick from elementary school, every chick from junior high, every chick from high school, anybody else who ever you ever crushed on, because you are going to be seen as a very important person. You're going to be famous on this. So just know, like, any girl or boy or whatever you're into, but any kind of love that you ever had that maybe you didn't get to connect with that person, there's a chance in the future. In fact, I think a very good chance that they're going to come knocking down your door, because they're going to be like, "Oh, yeah, you found Rabbi? It's been 20 years. How are you doing?" And they're still going to look great, and you're going to be able to have relationship with them, or perhaps make their dreams come true. I want you to know that. I want you to be able to help everyone who's ever helped you, just like you are helping me. Hey, yeah, that's absolutely fine. If you go to bed, if you have the ability, you can like Caspian Sea is asleep in here. Shut your camera off and just go to bed, and you can just keep your account in here if you want. If not, you come back whenever you want. You should know that this is a very welcoming place. It's a very positive place. I want people to come in here and feel motivated and excited. So you do whatever you want to do, but what I do want you to do is whenever you have any time, any free time, you come in here. We'll catch up. We play a lot of games in here too, so we'll get you in on some of the mini games that we play. We've got a group of people come in every night and play mini games. I sang karaoke last night. I rapped for 3 straight hours of old school hip hop. So we're always doing something fun in here. And Gad, I just want you to know how much of a privilege it was to meet you. You're welcome anytime, and I hope you get some wonderful rest. Peace, baby. Take care, God. That's God, everybody. Shout out to God.
Writing detail, the one kind of thing I article that talks about the race plus at the announce but I finding it. Metaphorically is the for the faith. One of the things that the give you a sense of um, the guy he was very much the guy that the whole world created divine alphabet. The whole quasi science gematria built the reality and that whatever with their themselves literally on their and the Arizal because they purified themselves them and Yehudim was able to read them especially their forehead specifically what transition or positive means they perform. And he tremendous studies. For example, if you duck up, it's word duck up is planted on your forehead and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And it's fascinating. It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class. But I don't even fun. It's just anyway. So this the kinds of things that he do. Like meet people and he would say, I know what happened at his home, so on, all related to this grand scheme of the point. So his legacy, there's an grave. Now he's not the grave like decorated blue. It's a pilgrimage site. His legacy is very hard even to find a place where it's not reach. It is very deep and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters are influenced by organic Kabbalah, Kabbalah Tanya is with it. Into Lithuanian, the Vilna Gaon was also a very organic Kabbalah. To reach beyond non-Orthodox groups as well, because there's so many of those little songs, and in fact, in a lot of earlier, very important concept of many of those liberal communities that it really basically goes back to Korean and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, how he does on each of this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers early on period, and okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little bit more time to relax. I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Dr. Weiser, who sent me really useful jokes last week. And it's actually very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in his Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew comes up to his rabbi, I'm so sorry, I need to do something, I have to confess. I didn't wash until I am before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, why didn't you? Well, Rabbi, the bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? And he says, well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. Since you were a non-Jewish restaurant, what were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? On Yom Kippur, I should go. So, that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Hermes, who have once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the costs of our and Mr. Lisa Abrams, the new Greek door, the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a fan club online. Go Mr. Rodriguez because we enjoyed the video. So thank you very much, people. Appreciate it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Rothschild, also known as How Rebel. His name is very a scribe lineage to the tribe of Reuben, the biblical tribe of Reuben, and about what that means shortly. So basically, he's rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous harara where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the three tribes, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, it was like a comet for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso of Spain and Portugal, who had converted to Christianity rather than, be expelled in the expulsions of the 15th century. His rise to Spain was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship as a whole. So what I'd like to do in the next 55 minutes is a quick the life of David Rubani, at least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we'll leave a lot more questions than answers as usual. So, our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Rubani from non-Jewish sources. Centers of power had traits well, a lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre places that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892, and has been the source of some content for the last 100 odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. This is a surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spend quite a bit of time in summer working in the library, where I have a lot of fun memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic big collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America, where you have that ball and you put punting flat bottom boats, you go on the Churchwell River, and you pull along like in a gondola. And that's one of the colleges in the background. And of course, you have to do kind of hunting with a lovely lady sitting next to you. So this Alisa, when she's, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old, you all know her now, because she's 18 and she's like, reader. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more